We're starting. We're starting now. This is it. Okay. I'm running a little low on sleep, but I'm up. I got my energy. Got my guitar. That's all you need, really. So, a little bit of this pineapple smoothie thing. Got my energy. I'm ready to go. Play some stuff. Okay. Get playing. Get playing. Yo. Let's look at. Starts with some Castlevania. Why not? A little resty. What's up, Benjamin? How you doing? What's good, Britta? day was really good. Really good. Not a bad day at all. Got up early, got some breakfast. Well, basically finished my stream last night and walked over, got some breakfast. Was just feeling real good. You know, I kind of like being up when the sun rises and, you know, just kind of feeling the morning blue, you know, and like hearing the birds chirp and stuff like that. I don't know. It's simple stuff, man. It's simple stuff, but it makes you feel real grateful for just, you know, being alive and stuff like that. I was going to have a lesson today, but yeah, he didn't show up. But we rescheduled. We're rescheduling. What's up, Frost Magician? 777 subscribers over on YouTube. Yeah. Yeah, Leon, man. Thrashylvania. Benjamin is, he's on Twitch. So I'm simul streaming on YouTube and Twitch. So there'll be a little bit of a crossover on chats there. It might pop up on the screen, like you might see it right there. So if he chats. So have I learned pull the plug properly yet? I probably forgot it. I think I like kind of learned it and then I forgot it. So that's unfortunate. All right, this one's a Star Car Lane, Alcatraz. Okay. Okay. All right, this one. Get a drink of this smoothie here. I'm afraid to look at pull the plug because of how much I probably forgot. This next one is Next Step Toward the Unknown, what it's called. Little highway star? Yeah, I could do that. Always down for some highway star. Here we go. Highway Star. All right, thanks very much, everybody. Good night. No, I'm just kidding. To Bloodsucker. What's up, Sam? Out of work, but I'm here listening. Sounding great, dude. Hope you're doing well. I am doing very well. Nice shirt, Frost Magician says. Thank you. Thank you. I think it's cool. I like it. It's my fancy shirt. It's my fancy play shows shirt. I got it for like $9 at Burlington Coat Factory. Let's change guitar real quick. Let's see here. Let me grab my Ibanez. Hope you're enjoying yourselves. Hope I can provide a little backdrop. Maybe you got some rage or something in you. A little rock music gets it all out, you know? All right, Find the Flame, Final Fantasy 16. Next one is Final Fantasy V, The Battle on the Big Bridge. Maybe I should wait on the Final Fantasy. I don't know. I don't know. You tell me. I think I'll play one more before it. I'll play one more before it. Play Paranoid Varenga Bona. What's up? I'll look up a backing track real quick. Follow. Are you following? Follow. Hey! What's up? Yeah, let's play Paranoid. Absolutely. Sorry, I added that little... And I thought it ended one earlier. My bad. What's up, Justin? So, I went to Guitar Center. Was meeting with a friend. We were jamming. A few of some Dragon Ball GT USA stuff, not the intro though. I don't know any. I know. I sort of know the. Was it like the Greatest Battle? It was like the PlayStation game. Yeah, but like almost every guitar I picked up on Guitar Center's wall had like something broken on it. It never ends well. Yeah. I also tried Ichika Nito's signature guitar. Um, so it's one of those travel guitars, ergonomic type thing. Feels like nothing, like this big, and it plays it plays well. It's kind of noisy, and I don't know if it stays in tune very well. Um, and the dots are kind of like they blend in a little bit. I didn't really like that. I rely on the dots a lot, you know. And let's see. I tried out the way huge swollen pickle pedal. Yeah, I didn't really like the Tim Henson nylon Ibanez thing. Never really liked that. I don't know, something about it just seems wrong. The swollen pickle pedal sucks. And my friend was telling me he bought the swollen pickle pedal at full price, and he tried selling it. And the guy at the store is like, I know what you got. I don't want it. And that's what he said. And so he couldn't sell the swollen pickle pedal. It sucked, man. I don't know, it sucks. Also, way huge. They try way too hard, man. Yeah, it's just like, it's a crap pedal, man. It sucks. So many buttons, they all like just sound noisy and crap. Nothing good, man. Nothing good. Stupid name. No designs. Expensive. I don't know, man. I don't get it. big muffs are weird. I've never really bothered with them. I've known some people that were like excited about getting a big muff, and like they were guitar players. They seem to have gotten sounds out of it, but I mean, it's kind of, I don't know. It never really felt so fuzzy. It just kind of was like used in like just a shitty distortion kind of way. Maybe if you're a bassist using a big muff, you know, like I feel like that's the move. Yeah, Smashing Pumpkins, you know, like they have, like theirs sounds like a fuzz, like it has this fuzz sound to it, but you know, they definitely build their songs around that. Like, I don't know. Let's see here. I gotta make some different fuzz sounds. These aren't doing it for me. Here we go. All right, just back to regular old Fuzzface clones with germanium transistors. I believe that's the more dynamic one, right? It's not a versatile or you're talking about Big Muff, HS, more diverse. Yeah, I like stuff that has a range to it. You know, I use my volume a lot, and you know, if it has like a range to it where it's like sort of a clean or dirty clean or something, you know, kind of crazy at max, I like the options. Because I think about that whenever I write riffs or write music or something like that. I need dynamics. I need like more than one setting, unless it's a simple song. But even then, you know. Good dynamics. What I remember. All right, let's do Mother 3. Pollyanna. Earthbound. Yeah, Taisho Bushido Blaster knows what he's talking about. That guy. We were in a band together in high school, man. We played shows together. What's up, Funky Frankie? What's up? How you doing? What's up? That one was yeah, I gotta get, so once I get the computer built, I mean that's probably gonna be next week. That was Mother 3 Pollyanna. Yeah, Earthbound Pollyanna. That's the one. Pollyanna. That be the one. Alright, this one's Castlevania 3. Dracula's Curse. Beginning. Level 1. Okay? That's the one. Binks! What? Big raid. Holy crap. Binks, what's up? What's up, baby? What's up, baby? Not in front of my friends right now. What a pleasant surprise. What a pleasant surprise. Binks ballistics. Ballsticks ballistics. What? Hard off. Pick unboxing, yeah, for sure, for sure. Let's see. Oh man, I hope you guys are having a good time. I'm gonna play some Final Fantasy, some music. Let's see here. Let's play some. Let's see. You know this one. It's a Fate theme. Whew. Give me a second. I'm so nervous right now. I'm so fucking nervous. Thank you for the bits, Deadman. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you, Hunter. Thank you. Fate. I helped you beat a boss. That's awesome. That's awesome. Let's see. This one's from Final Fantasy V. It's Battle on the Big Bridge. I'm gonna try this one. This one's really fast. I cannot do Wonderwall. It's too hard. It's too hard, man. I'll do the bridge song instead of the wall song, okay? Come on, give me some more emojis. Come on, channel your Keith Kluber. Channel your Keith Kluber. Type them manually. Type in all caps. Tornado of Souls. I'd love to play that. Let me play that after this one. I got to do this for the Final Fantasy bros. So I don't know who you guys are, but I don't know. I'm Ross. I've been playing guitar for about an hour and 5 minutes. And yeah, I'm going to go to TwitchCon this year. Really cool people go. First, I'm going to go to Vegas and visit with my friend, and we're going to do some IRL streaming. We're going to do some Goth Week. And got to get some stuff. Fish tank, what's that? I always loved going to the aquarium or like the pet store and, you know, feeding the fish garbage and all that. Watch the Binks Sim Edit. Who's Binks? Is this a Binks parody? No, I'm actually gonna visit my friend in Vegas, and we're gonna hang out in Vegas and then head up. It's gonna be the reverse of S3, so we're gonna start in Vegas and then head over to TwitchCon. This should be fun. I'm gonna try and get in for free. They have like an audition. I'm not really sure. Fish tank intro song. Let's listen to it. Let's listen to it. I've never actually tried. Are we role playing? I mean, if you want to LARP, man, IRL Ross, it's gonna be way more scuffed. It's gonna be way more scuffed, and Binks is gonna laugh at me for even trying, even thinking. So, let's. What's the fish tank intro song? I'm gonna look it up. It's like a. You're gonna ask me for tips? Okay, I guess that's how it is, right? Everybody thinks they're doing bad, and we're gonna write a song and maybe we'll play something. I don't know. He plays in a few bands up there. All right, let's listen. This one, Fish Tank 1. I don't know, man. Just something. It's something. Certified Hood Classic. Thank you for the bits. Thank you. What's it? Thank you so much. Let's try it's a cool song, isn't it? Let's try this one. It's called Heartbeat Shaker. Whew. It's a good one. Good one. I love that one. Let's see. What do you want to hear? What do you guys want to hear? Thank you. Thank you so much, Genome Gorilla. Thank you so much for following. Gundam Wing outro. Let's hear this. I don't think I know it off the top of my head, but let's do this. Thank you for the bits. Asuka Omani. All right, let's hear this. Short thing. What's a? It's Just Love, or what's this one? Let's hear this. Can I find a better quality? Got an ad? Atheist or Morbid Angel? Oh, sorry, I just saw your Oh crap! I haven't been looking at the stream manager, and so that tells me like what you guys are saying in the bits and stuff. Play Wallpaper by Kevin MacLeod. See here. No, I don't know any Atheist or Morbid Angel. I'm sorry. Let me see if I can gift you a sub there. Tommy's been here before. Tommy's been snooping. Is it called Rhythm Emotion? What is this one called? Not it. That's not it. That's not it. Let's see here. Let's play let me play this. I don't know. Sorry, I'm like screwing up, man. It's hard to stream. I'm fighting for my life right now. play something fast. Let's play something fast. Iron Maiden, the Trooper. It's something, man. It's something. Here we go. The Trooper. Let's listen to let's see, what's a good like Morbid Angel track? I don't know. Do they play in standard? Probably not. Blessed are the sick. Let's hear this one. Whew. Ross Dixon Balls Ellis. Let's transpose it so it's standard. I'm gonna see if I could, maybe I could learn like a riff from it, you know? Let's learn a riff. This is a morbid angel, blessed are the sick. Now this is 6-string. Sounds like a monster movie. But let me sit down. Let me sit down. Sit down. Let's see here. Okay. Okay, backing up. This sounds really cool. This sounds really cool. I'm adding it to like the list of like songs to check out, learn. I like this a lot. Morbid Angel, Blessed Are the Sick, / OG Tampa scene bands are all killer. They're the Miami by the ways. Death, Chuck Schuldiner. There was I was learning Pull the Plug, and then my friend who asked me to learn Pull the Plug Maximum the Hormone's really cool. They're really cool. They're like, they're excellent. Like they do some like really contrasting styles slapped together. That's what they're really good at. Yeah, but he was like checking in, like, hey, how's Pull the Plug going? Did you learn how to play it properly? I'm like, oh no, I forgot it. So I gotta relearn it. I don't, would you guys find that like interesting if I just started relearning a song right now? Oh, Death was the gateway? Really? For death metal, huh? You don't say. Was ham sandwiches the way you got into ice cream? Alright, this one, Wallpaper by Kevin MacLeod. Here we go, light electronic. Oh, I know this. He sold his soul to Satan to make this song good.
He's like, I want to make the greatest waiting intermission song of all time.
That's what he did. So Justin, I don't know if you know, this song was like, this was the intermission song for Fish Tank when they were going to Vegas. And every time it went, when they lost signal on the road, this would play. And so people got used to this song in their minds. Yeah, so this has lore. This has lore to it. It played a lot. Yeah. But I think it's a pretty sweet kind of jam. It's kind of groovy, It's got some good old pentatonic eggs and bacon, I mean, everybody probably uses it, but at least for Fish Tank, because, like, I don't know, this is like a Fish Tank raid, Gives you PTSD for sure. It sounded generic. It's very, I mean, it is. But that's like Kevin MacLeod's like style. He's the most prolific generic royalty-free stock sound guy like ever. It's like made to be generic. I don't know. Yeah, I don't know his whole deal. I mean, Hunter probably knows everything about Kevin MacLeod. The humming song with the fluffy dancing guy. What's that one? He's the stock images. Oh, yeah. The urban, what's that called? Yeah, I don't know. That's called Urban Lullaby. That's the one. Whatever it is. All right, Guilty Gear. One's called Writhe in Pain. Yeah, it's Writhe in Pain. Thank you so much, Hunter, for the bits, the recommendations. Thank you for joining. Thank you for joining the raid. I appreciate it greatly. We still got some more. We're gonna keep playing. So my schedule is basically completely reversed. I'm still on Japan time. So thank you for following. Thank you so much. This one is called Sunshine Coastline. It's from East 8, Lacrimosa of Dana. It's the game where my Steam name and, like, you know, all the characters I make in the games. Adol is from the red hair, Adol the Red. Like my favorite series. see, Greedo, you were asking if about a Maximum the Hormone song. It was like a, was it Black Yen? Something like that. I don't know if you're still in, but Power G-Man Spy. I'm gonna take a look at this. Who shot first? Maximum the Hormone. Okay. I feel like this is going to be a really hard song. I don't know, I'm just feeling it. I'm feeling it's going to be hard. I'm going to look like an idiot. Thank you so much for subscribing, Greedo. Thank you so much. Do I know Chala, Head Chala, or We Were Angels? Oh, I used to cover both of those songs. It's been a while. Something like that. I forget. Let me try the Angels. Try this one. It's been a long time since I heard this one.時にうずもれた記憶の彼方そうさ僕たちは天使だった空の上から愛の種を待つ I forget it, yeah この星から離れた Yeah Can't beat this one. Let's see. Canadian intro. Now, that's a hot tune. You don't know what you're talking about, man. That's a hot tune. I don't care. I don't care. No, that's cornball. That's cheesy. It's so cheesy. Yeah, it's pretty weak for DBZ. Check your link. Okay. This is the big green. That one's decent. That's a decent theme. It's like kind of, it's sort of mid, you know, not like, I don't mean it in like a bad way. Like it's just mid tempo and just kind of like inoffensive. It doesn't really like pierce your heart. It's kind of like in between menu music, like in between fights that you would pick, or like an option menu. Hey, I'm picking the consumables that, you know, I'm picking the Senzu beans and the Dragon Radar on my character. Like that kind of equipment menu sort of song. It's not bad. It's melodic. But it's not boom. Whatever. I don't know that riff. Yeah, so this was before Toonami. We'd have to get up at like 6 in the morning for the Saiyan saga. Like my dad went to Japan and he brought like binders and like folders and like different things from Japan, and like I remember like Kid Goku with like the power staff and, you know, all the characters and things like that. And that was like the first image I ever saw of Dragon Ball. And so we would have to tape, we'd have to get up and tape at like 6 in the morning to watch Dragon Ball Z anyway. And I would miss it sometimes, and like it went all the way up to like certain parts of the Saiyan saga, maybe like the Namek saga, and then like it would repeat, and then eventually it came on Toonami, and, you know, Yeah, the original theme as well is really good. There's that what's that guy? Josh Cornell or whatever his name is. He's really good. Does like a good breakdown of the tune. Um, my brothers were in anime club in like school, and they had a friend who he was Japanese, and he would bring the Japanese tapes, and this was like Majin Buu saga, like the Buu saga stuff. Well, like tell us before we even knew, like before it even aired, and so like I was able to see a lot of like stuff before it even happened, and like none of it was like translated or anything, so it was kind of just like you had to just pick up like vibes, and so that was kind of cool. Um, brother went to like conventions and got like a modded PlayStation and got like the slide tool, like modded his SNES and like brought like what was it, hyper fighting on the like it was like the Famicom card or something, and then PlayStation we had it was like Ultimate Battle 8 or something like that. I forget. It was some crappy thing, and then like emulated Dragon Ball titles. There was like a card game story mode thing that like went through like the whole Sand Saga, and like it was really tough. Like we just had to figure it out, like not even knowing anything, because like translation things weren't like so widespread and stuff. So it was always cool. Um, Never got the abridged Boo Saga. Yeah, it's like basically canon. It's basically canon. Might as well be. There's no definitive version of Dragon Ball Z, which is kind of a shame too. It's kind of like a hodgepodge of like so many different things, which is sort of unfortunate. It's always like changed hands. Yeah, I only saw a few, but it's so funny. It's like ahead of its time too. Every copy of DBZ is personalized. That's true. It kind of is. I remember the Annie Mayhem card game. I don't know if you ever got that. I remember they made fun of like the censorship in the States. Like it was like Master Roshi drinking a beer, and it was called Frothy Mugs of Water, and it had like a big red X over like the beer mug. I remember that card. It was like the first holographic cards I saw. Like the Annie Mayhem card game, I saw that before like Pokemon, which was interesting to me. Like hearing about holographic stuff. Like most people, I think they would say like holographics. I mean, you would just associate it with like Pokemon. Never heard of that. Yeah, there was so like I remember like early websites on like GeoCities and like Angel Fire and stuff like that. Pull that up, Jamie. Pull that shit up. Um, they're talking about like the censorship differences, and it's like, oh man, like like Vegeta got punched in the face, and they actually showed him getting punched in the face, and like instead of just spit, they actually showed blood and stuff. Yamcha's barbecued corpse was a lot more barbecue-y, things like that. Nostalgia, man, nostalgia. What was it? Hell was called the home for infinite losers, which you know what I would make the case where that's like to me that like it goes in line with Akira Toriyama's humor in a way, even though this is like localization stuff. It kind of makes to me I think that's like a funnier way of calling hell home for infinite losers, HFIL. Master Roshi was such a menace. No one remembers the time he shrunk himself down to the size of the ant so he could peep on girls in the bathroom. Dude, it's so funny. I don't know. It's just so like just so much funny stuff. I like the mangaka notes and stuff where like Toriyama would like draw himself and he's like, man, I just want to be like reading nudie mags and things like he's like, I just want to procrastinate and just like read nudie mags and stuff. Like he's just awesome, man. What a hero. Dude, he didn't like this is where I'll just go like I don't care. I've never like really watched Dragon Ball Super or anything. Only a couple things. And I've talked about this with Justin a bunch, but like anything like it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if like Akira Toriyama made nothing but bull crap. The fact that he made Dragon Ball, Dragon Ball Z, and like Dragon Quest and Chrono Trigger, it doesn't matter. You thought Super was good, didn't finish it. I mean, I hear it was good. Like, I don't know. It just Master Roshi's the self-insert. Kinda, yeah. Like it doesn't matter if he made nothing but like he's not George Lucas where like George Lucas can kind of, like you know he tarnished his legacy. Toriyama never could tarnish his legacy. Just you can't. If you made Chrono Trigger, and Dragon Quest and Dragon Ball, that's like more lifetimes than anybody has ever lived to make anything good. And his art was so unique and so identifiable. And everyone's wrong about same face syndrome. I don't give a fuck. Everybody's wrong about that. He's made so many different designs that are so unique. And, you know, people pick like the family members. Oh, you know, Sandland looks cool, you know. You think Lucas got out? Nah, he made the prequels, man. I guess people can kind of look at the prequels. It's like, well, it wasn't as bad as Disney, but man, it was kind of bad. The games were good during, you know, prequels. Also, LucasArts existed. Chi-Chi's. That's amazing. What if he made Super Saiyan God Super Saiyan? I mean, he can make Super Saiyan God Super Saiyan. He didn't just go Super Saiyan 5. He went. Now look, hold on. First off, let's. All right, here we go. Super Saiyan God. So Super Saiyan God is funny. He made a whole movie, which all right, the God of Destruction is a hairless cat. It's pretty good. The God of Destruction is a cat, is a house cat. So that's already funny inherently. It's like, okay, well, can you become a Super Saiyan God? And then they ask the dragon, and he's like, I don't know. Which is really funny. And then, you know, they figure that out and whatever. But yeah, Super Saiyan God Super Saiyan. He's like, nah, it's not Super Saiyan God 2. Nah, it's just Super Saiyan God Super Saiyan. Which is, you know what? Like, of the amount of not caring is pretty funny. Need a Saiyan fetus. Nah, I'm alright with that. It was cute. That was a cute scene. It's a cute scene, Justin. Oolong wishes for, yeah, a pair of panties, which is hysterical. It was a different kind of movie. Breath of Fire is underrated. The dungeon theme from Zelda 2. Let's see, Zelda 2, yeah. This is the palace theme there. Yeah, something. I mean, you could sweep it. You need a bit crusher pedal. You could tap it if you want. Oh yeah, solid state counter. So the Bardock is that's probably my favorite, like DBZ movie thing, like the mini episode thing. I think that's excellent. I think it's excellent. these chords are really cool. It's like it's like C minor. Whatever that is, that's really cool. Like a sus2 thing or something. Like a sus2 flat 5. I don't know, that doesn't make sense, but that's the chord. That's the chord. Very imaginative. You know, see, like, theory doesn't matter as so much as, like, it's composers. I don't think they really think so much about the theory, if it's right or not. It's the feeling that you get, in the sense of, like, whatever you're feeling, you're trying to put into people. This has like this mysterious kind of element to it. Whatever it is, one or two notes just make it totally different. Totally different. Okay. Play some more. Play some more music. This is Black Star by Yngwie Malmsteen. Yeah, something like that. I mean, you know, you could start with, like, you decide on like a key to start in. Like, I don't know, maybe this. Play the music in your head. There's no one way. No one way. You gotta tell a story. This one, you know what? I'm gonna do For a Friend, Marty Friedman. Do this one. Okay. Rock. Great. Great. This one is called Genesis Beyond the Beginning. Peace Origin. Let's see. I'm gonna try one. I don't know if I can do it on the spot. I'm just gonna go for it. I'm just gonna go for it. Wait, maybe, hold on, hold on. I'm gonna, hold on, all right. I'm gonna kind of cheat. I'm gonna cheat. I'm looking up chords. You might already know what this one is. Maybe. Maybe. Come on, man. Why do they do this to me? Why do they do weird tunings and then like capo it up and... Wait. No, that's not it. That's not what I'm looking up. Why do they do this to me? Okay, here we go. Here we go.
I wanna be the very best no one ever was. Coach them is my real test. Train them is my cause. I'll travel across the land, searching far and wide. Studying on to understand the power that's inside. I know it's my destiny. Oh, you're my best friend in a world we must defend. Our hearts are true. Our courage the world has built. You teach me and I'll teach you. Gotta catch 'em all.
Something like that. Let's see. I just wanted that to like awaken something in people. Chain Brain. He plays Rocksmith on stream, plays difficult songs he doesn't know in real time. It's like he's reading music. Yeah, it's I don't know, it's crazy to sight read and stuff like that. I mean, I do it here and there sometimes. I mean, I kind of did it with this song, just like trying to figure out the chords. Like, it didn't tell me the tabs and all that, but so that was cool. I covered that a long time ago. I forgot what it's called. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, it's like a dumb name. Sight reading. You're reading with your sight. Which kind of, but like you're reading more with your ears, I think, you know? There's some ear reading going on. Okay. This one's the Final Fantasy XIV La Nacia theme. It was like 1.0 or something like that. Cool theme. anticipation. Try to explain that to non-musicians, how I can anticipate the next chord or note in a song based on what I'm hearing. Yeah. Or how in music theory we say musical anticipation is when you're building tension. Ears naturally want to hear it resolve, creating that satisfying sensation. Yeah. It's also like maybe just the kinds of music we're exposed to where, you know, maybe in like Indonesia or something, there's a lot of dissonant sounds in their music, a lot of complex rhythms. You know, the bells and, you know, gamelan kind of sounds is very normal to them. Us, probably a little bit more exotic sounding. Although I kind of, you know, reminds me, well, because like Secret of Mana music, the was it the Oracle theme when you fight the Lich, is like based off of that check kind of sound in Indonesia or like Malaysia or in Indonesia or something. The Oracle, Common Time. This song, which is like the most heavy metal thing. Like to me, this is like as heavy metal as it gets. Very cool. Very cool. And the like the redone version. This one. I love it. It's like awesome. It feels very at home. Feels very at home. Let's see. Scared. It's scary. It's scary sounds. Like that track does have like a very intense, like, I don't know, it just like it never breathes. The only release is when they say check. Check. Tommy, do you know who the Mr. Sark is? You know that streamer or that name? The Mr. Sark. The Mr. Sark. SARK. The Mr. Sark. You know who this is? Nah, okay. I didn't know who he was either. But one random night I was playing, might have been 3.5 hours of, just some normal small music category streaming. And I got raided by this guy. He brought like 700 people all at once. And it was like insane. And what's up, Shiny Potato? What's going on, buddy? How you doing? So this huge streamer raided me. And so I was playing. Yeah, okay. You heard about the big raid. Okay. Yeah, so I got this huge raid. And I was like, hey, so I visited again, just say thanks to the channel. And he's like a legend. Like a legend. Like, I don't know. He's like talking with Chad and playing this really tough game. Uses a lot of reading. He already been streaming like 9 hours or so. Still just like sharp and funny, doing voices, not missing a beat. And he was like, yeah, man, we're coming back. I'm like, you're coming back? Okay, cool. Well, hey, how about I prepare like a song? How about I prepare like, a raid song, for you? It's like, so whatever you would like to hear, I'd like to play. He was like, hey, do you know Jason Becker? And I'm like, fuck. It's like the hardest request. So I'm going to learn a Jason Becker tune for him. And, like he knew, he was like pulling up videos and stuff. So at some point, this guy's going to show up. I don't know when. It could be today. It could be tomorrow. It could be next week. And it could be in a year. But anyway, I'm thinking, hey, you know what? He shows up, play the Jason Becker too, and I have to remember it too. So it's really tough. Maybe I'll pull it up and play what I remember so far. Yeah, I think it would be cool. Hey, he brings a big raid. I don't know when he's going to bring it. If Binks is still streaming, I'd love to raid her. But can't tell her. Can't tell her this. This is a secret. This is a secret present. His version of Paganini's 24th Caprice on acoustic. Yeah. Man, like, he could play anything. He was the greatest guitarist who, like, ever lived, basically. I mean, it wouldn't be that crazy to say that. Like, his level. Just talent and being a phenom. But anyway. So I think it would be cool to bring a few hundred people. If she's still on. But this was like 3 a.m, so who knows when this is gonna happen. So like basically I just can't stop streaming. I can't stop streaming. This like ghost is on my shoulder. Is there a feedback? Oh, there is a sound. Testing. Okay. Is there a sound? Is there any extra sound? Did I fix it? Did I fix it? Do I have my own Vietnam mic problem going on? I don't know. I've noticed this sometimes. Then again, it might be really close to my... It sounded fine? Okay, I just got a mess. Okay. So anyway. It is a... It's when I'm talking. So there's probably a noise gate issue. I am kind of far from my mic, so it's probably the noise gate starting to like work. So I don't have like ultimate DJ sound right now. Anyway. The mic is steady. Okay. Here we go. Yeah, it's connected to like an elbow joint on my desk. The guitar sound, well, of course the guitar sounds fine. Like I'm not plugged into an amp, I'm like direct into the computer. But okay. I haven't checked if like anybody on YouTube said anything. Okay, they haven't. Okay. Well, I appreciate it, though. Yeah, I don't know. I feel like it starts to catch extra noise or something happens with the mic. I'm not sure. It's some kind of idiosyncrasy with it. But like every mic has its own thing. I mean, this isn't like the most expensive mic. Not necessarily the cheapest. But anywho. Okay. Play some music. The music stream, right? The Blue Water, Blue Sky, Guilty Gear. Let me switch guitars real quick. When everybody rated, I did like a dive bomb at the end of the song, and it totally knocked the guitar out of tune. And I was like, oh crap, I gotta switch real quick. So, like, yeah, come on. I love that one. I could play that any day, anytime, whatever. My sleep. It's great. It's perfect. Perfect song. And I do have a instructional on that song on my YouTube, where I teach how to play it and different things that I do in that one. Oh yeah. When the raid yeah, I mean, I was so out of tune. Like it was horrible. I was like, ah, man. Yeah, I was like, oh damn, man. Damn. I was like, oh, it's Floyd Rose problem. This right here. Oh, that's F. Almost F. That's a G. Well, here I got it, but I mean, it's just you're doing. They don't. Nothing works. Let me just level with you real quick. Nothing works. Everything is broken. Nobody can fix anything. And nobody knows how to do anything. This is like no, this is just true. This is just true. No, it took me 9 freaking months to even get this thing fixed. First store was like, oh, we don't have enough time. It was like before a gig, and I was like, well, can you like rush it? You know, can you like, can I give you more money? Get it done now? Like, I got a gig. I got to drive, 15 hours. Yeah. I mean, it's on some level I just stopped tuning. I just stopped tuning. I'm just like, whatever. I literally have done gigs where it's just like I just pull up my bass, like I'll have to like play bass or something. And I just like, nah, I'm not tuning. I don't care. I'll figure it out. First song. Halfway in the first song. Some crappy bar. Cares. Nah, I don't tune. Told my friend that the other day. He's like, hey, you're out of tune. I was like, stop. Nah, I don't do that anymore. I stopped tuning a long time ago. Well, yeah, so like this is a floating bridge, so that happens. I mean, I just yanked it a bit too hard because I was just excited that there was, the Banks raid. Come on, who wouldn't be excited? So, I just knocked it way out of tune. I mean, I just, I was playing the song and I was like I was doing okay, I was relatively managing stress. I was like, okay, I got to, do some stuff. Then, like, all right, yank the thing, and I'm like, ah, man, got myself out of tune. It was like basically at the end of the song for the most part. One's from Metal Slug, and it's when you beat the game co-op. Okay, called "Hold You Still." Credits theme. Credits theme B. Harmonic sounded like a song. Here we go. Metal Slug. Hold You Still. Alright, this is a good one. I'm gonna play a good song now. I'm gonna play a really good song. This one. An endless sporadic song from Guitar Hero 3. I don't know that. I don't know that. This one's called Somebody Get Me a Doctor, Van Halen 2. It's a hot tune. That's a hot tune. Hot tune right there. Let's see. Play this one. Marty Friedman covered this one from a band called Ikimono Gakuri. The song is called Kairi Takanatayo. Means I want to go home. Very good song. Very upbeat, really fun. Original is a lot more ballad-like, very like pretty. This one's just very upbeat, like punk a little bit. Let's see. This one I know less well. I know this one less well. It's called Tearful Confession. Yeah, that wasn't a ballad, but it was, you know, it used to be. It used to be a ballad. Here's the actual song. Here's the actual song. Very pretty. Very nice. Very nice tune. Let's see. This one I did for the it was the art contest. It's a Perfume. So Marty Friedman also did a cover of Polyrhythm, Perfume Polyrhythm. So I wanted to kind of do it a little bit different, but basically just use the Perfume track. Just kind of do my own thing. But yeah, this is one I did for like the, I don't know, March art contest or something like that. something like that. But I had like harmonies going on my video. One line going like. A bunch of stuff going on. A super layered track. Really good. Really good. Yeah, I don't know. Something about be a dream to play in like a girl pop group. be the guitar player that sells it, you know? Yeah. Here we go. Here's some rock. They're just like, you know, doing their thing, being cute and all that. It's like dancing and doing the harmonies and stuff. Tracked or not, I don't care. I don't care. That's what I want to do. That it's like yeah, one of those groups, AKB 8 or something like that. I see the vision. Yeah. Hey, it's been done before. Why not me? Why not me? Can I please? Okay. Let's see here. All right, this one. It's an Ingve Malmsteen track called Vengeance. Play this. Something like that. That one is Vengeance by Yngwie Malmsteen. That's a cool one. That's the opening track to Magnum Opus, that album. This is like 1995, I think. And this is like the beginning of Fat Yngwie era. Now, Fat Yngwie, man, he could play. Man, Fat Yngwie could play. I don't buy into this whole he got worse as like, oh, after the car accident in 1987. Nah, man. I don't think he necessarily got worse, or I don't know. I mean, his songwriting, I think, matured in some ways, but he still made some bangers. Like, come on, man, Vengeance. Technical difficulties. Let me try. All right, I'm gonna butcher this. Purified. Oh, I did a little video of technical difficulties, but I was talking about like technical difficulties that I had, like gigs and stuff. The joke was I played technical difficulties, but I messed it up. I don't like donuts. My brother has a request, and I can't play it, but I'm gonna try. I don't know. I'm gonna give you the keys to the Lamborghini. Can't remember this. Cliffs of Dover. Let me kind of do a little. This is one that I just don't have on my fingers. It's such a different style. I think you mentioned it, yeah. I tried ignoring it, and then this is the second time it got brought up, so I'm like, man. I tried ignoring it. I'll just fess up, all right? Sorry. Okay, let me try this. Man, I don't know. That was botched. That was from my brother. He invented comic books, by the way. That's rough. That was rough. I have to at least learn it a little bit better. I don't want to master it, but like, you know, just enough that, you know, I can like keep up with it, you know, and not like know the form, because like knowing the form helps, and at least getting some of the iconic parts, you know, like the whatever, you know, those little things would be nice to know, and a couple of his iconic riffs. Yeah, Eric Johnson, he's one of those like, he's like a, I put him in the category of like a perfect player. He just always like just sounds good, and like always chooses the right notes, and just flawless technique. But I don't really like listen to him much. It's just that song's great. But he's like a perfect player. See here. Um yeah, I did the scarified. Yeah. All right, not again, not again, not again. One's a Tearful Confession, Marty Friedman. I don't really know this one. I'm gonna play it. Thrill Kill, what's up? What's up, buddy? Good to see you again. Good to see you again. Yeah, that one I don't know as well. I have to look at the ending a little bit, and well, a lot of the song. I have to look at a lot of the song again. But that one I really like. I love just how bad it sounds. Great stuff. Great stuff. There's another one I don't really remember, but I also want to play. This is another Marty Friedman tune called Undertow. Another ballad. This one's not as sad sounding, although Tearful Confessions goes real sad, a little more hopeful. This one, kind of dealing with loss. Yeah. That one, still trying to remember some stuff. I'll have to comb through it a little bit. Okay. That one I really like. Undertow. Undertow. By Marty Friedman. It's on his Wall of Sound album. Really, really good ballad. One of his main ballads. I think at this point. Plays it most every show. Alright. I think I'm gonna raid. It was a great stream. A lot of follows. A great raid. I think let's take, if people are sleeping, okay if you're sleepy, just tune out. I'm gonna find somebody. Might take me a little while. I'm not as good. Thanks. Carcasses! Thank you for following. Not as good as Binks. Finding the right person, okay? I'm gonna just take a little gander. Maybe somebody new. Maybe somebody different. I will be on tomorrow, for sure. I'll be on tomorrow. Will it be same time? Maybe. Maybe. Maybe it'll be later. Maybe it'll be earlier. I don't know. But I am trying to do this more. I am definitely trying to do this a lot more. I've been really, really thrilled with just how these streams are going so far. And it's been awesome. It's been really awesome. Again, thank you. Thanks for rating me. This was super helpful, super awesome. Really glad you got to catch the stream. And all of the Binks Court that showed up. Thank you for your support, bits, and jokes, and encouragement, even just lurking. Everything I greatly appreciate. And yeah, keep it going. Keep it going. I'm not gonna stop. Let's keep going. There's a guy. He's playing Rocksmith. A nice guy. Canadian guy. He plays metal. He plays all kinds of stuff. He had a lot more viewers last I checked. Thank you. Thank you, Tommy. You started your work week. I'm sorry that you're working. Ugh, I hate work. This guy's Gamut. I rated him a long time ago. He had a lot more viewers watching him. I don't know if it's just a different night or maybe he just started. Maybe people show up a little later. He's just kind of a nice guy. Just kind of a nice guy, okay? No tricks. No nothing. Maybe just I gotta have a thing. I gotta say, right? I don't know. Just Ross the boss, okay? Whatever. Whatever, man. Alright, thank you very much. Peace. Till next time. Okay. Ray Martinet, another metal guitar sees live. Maybe I should raid him. I'm gonna raid him. I'm gonna find him, okay? I'm gonna find him. Nobody else leave. I'm gonna say Tommy sent me. Ross raid. Tommy sent me. This guy. Alright. Alright, he's playing Dream Theater. He needs to concentrate, but let's break him out of his concentration with the raid. Here we go. Here we go.
Oh, I'm still in DC. Oh my god. I was like, why am I wrong? Oh. Hey, welcome in, Raiders. My name is Ray Martini. I am a full-time musician on the internet. I do Twitch streams, YouTube streams, TikTok streams. Shout out for Ross Dixon Ellis. How you doing? How's your stream? Can you get a shout out, please? Are there any mods here? There we go. Welcome on in. Welcome on in. Concentrate on Dream Theater. Hold on there. Hold on there. I got you. Don't worry about it. I got it. I got you. Welcome on in, everyone. Yes, I'm gonna go back to playing some Dream Theater. Enjoy. There's like a whole lot of it left. So. Ooh, ooh.